guys, Juju22 here, and I apologize for the late start. Let me check on the chat really quickly, and I see King Ace is here. Hey, what's up, man? And Spike Ryan, and perfect timing too because I didn't have enough time to go over the card because even as late as yesterday, even I had no idea if I was going to be able to do this, and then I came to the decision to have make this a two-night affair where out of 22 fights, we'll do the first 11, and then we'll do the other half next weekend. So that's kind of how that came about. However, uh, as mentioned in the for those who have Discord, there is an 8-man tournament and a 9-woman tournament. However, and of course, being that this is the wild card fight, this is going to feature Aldana, or Irene Aldana, who had that big upset win against Jen Corso and qualified for this. However, she is going to be taking on Brenda Reed, making her debut, and of course, Brenda is the brother, or not the brother, sorry, is the sister, and her brother is Spike Ryan. So anyway, how's everything going there, Spike? Oh, you're ready? All right. Well, you're ready to see your sister kick some butt. Of course, she's dressed in black, just like the Shield was. And we'll get right to it. But yeah, also great to see King Ace in on this. It's great to have you. And Clinton is here too. I understand that our good friend Kelly is doing her show. Understandably so. I imagine that's what it was. Oh yeah. Let me turn up the. Okay, not too much, not too much, not too much. There we go. So as you can see, there you see Brenda making her long-awaited debut. I mean, it was either going to be her or Spike Ryan himself. But if anything, Brenda is much more equipped to be in the octagon, if I do say so myself. And Primetime's in the chat. But of course, Aldana, as mentioned before, she got a huge upset victory over Jen Corso. Now, the winner of this is going to be the one that faces off against Crushing Kelly in the quarterfinals. Wait, speaking of which, let me get my Excel sheet. What am I doing? I am chewing gum. I'm very sorry about that. And now the tail of the tape. Brenda is younger, and they both weigh the same, but the height the height is given to Irane or Aldana, but the reach goes to Brenda. Had a slip of words there. I'm just happy to be back on air again. Hey, I'm happy that you're here too. Really, I am.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This woman is a boxer, making her professional debut here tonight. She stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 135 pounds.
Got the video upload. Oh yeah, that's right. You recently released a new episode of um,
This woman is a
Oblivion Wrestling
boxer
Federation,
holding a
I
professional
believe.
record of 14 wins, 7 losses.
Yeah,
She stands
I
5
think
feet
I
8
see
inches
you
tall,
like behind the
weighing in at
cage
45 pounds.
as one of the coaches.
You've been given your instruction in the dressing room. Protect yourself at all times. Follow my instructions. We will have a clean fight. Touch gloves. Let's make it official.
Also, let me know if the picture starts to get choppy or anything like that, like the picture quality and everything. Now, the structure of this is going to be it's 5 rounds, but they're shorter at 3 minutes apiece. So this might go very fast. So let's see what happens here. Eh, I hope so too, Jose. And I changed your fighting style, in hopefully in an attempt to find the style that works for you and that you start winning. In fact, as a matter of fact, it's not just the fighting style, but it's also your weight class. So let's just say that Jose has gone from strength to strength, if you catch me drift. And as that happens, so far Brenda doing a great job using the hands and the legs. Um, Given that, well, actually both women are boxers, so they can throw hands. And there's flying Carmelita. Anyway, nice spin kick, and I had to think she might have learned something from Arkham. Ugh. Anyway, I was just chewing some gum, but I'll focus now on the fight here. Well, I will say this though, Aldana did really well with the clinch work when she had her fight against Jen Corso. In fact, that victory was what led to her qualifying for this event. And of course, Brenda being the newest fighter, between her and Liliana, who uh, debuted the show before, or actually, no, uh, she was created or she was signed to a deal before Brenda was. By virtue of that, that's how she got the 7 seed. But obviously, Brenda will be. Brenda's more than a fighter. She's game. I will say that. 15 seconds left to go in the first round. Ooh, and an axe kick. Nice axe kick there by Brenda. And that's the end of the first. No, she doesn't. Ooh, nice clinching knee. Here's another angle of it. And yeah, she cut her up very good. All right, round two. Yeah, I kind of feel that Brenda did take round one. I mean, there's still 4 more rounds to go, but again, they're shorter than usual. Anyway, nice spinning back kick. Ooh, nice fake out to Aldana, but Aldana didn't take the bait completely. But Brenda doing pretty well with the spinning kicks. Although Aldana is no pushover. But so far, Brenda's doing pretty well with the hands and the feet. Ooh, nice left uppercut as Aldana was going for a takedown. Oh, and Brenda with a rare miscue got tagged really good with that right jab. And now some more clinching and some more knees. Hey, how's it going there, Mario Party Brandon? I think I know what, I finally understand what the M and S stand for. It's Mario and Sonic. I think that's what it means. If I'm wrong, please tell me I'm wrong. But great to see Mario Party Brandon in the chat. I understand that my good friend, or our good friend, AJ will be doing a stream later tonight. But anyway, like I said, I'm doing 11 fights tonight. And then I'll do 11 fights next week. A Mario Sonic party game? That would be nice, or at least have Sonic be in it. Whoa, what a suplex onto Brenda. I don't think Brenda was expecting getting suplexed. That's right, M&S means Mario and Sonic. But I mean, they had Sonic Shuffle, but I think they should stick to the Mario Party format. Speaking of Mario and Sonic, did you see Bowser versus Eggman? No, I have not. And so far, Aldana doing pretty well with the groundwork. Well, now the referee's going to have to stop the fight right there, or stop the... All right, come on, Aldana. I have to think that while the fight was standing up, Brenda was doing well, but then when the fight got down to the ground, Aldana started to take control, but then time ran out. Oh, really? Okay. Not a problem there. Not a problem there, Slide Cooper. Although I'll have to also watch your gotcha videos. I hadn't done that, so that's on me. All right, round 3 for Brenda. With short black hair. And now a couple of knees to the body and to the head by Brenda, who we later found out is surnamed Reed. Obviously no relation to Arthur Reed. Ooh! Nice spinning kick. She got her really flush. Not enough to knock her out, but I mean, Aldana had to have felt that. And of course, Aldana, with the slight hesitation, just reassessing the situation. But yes, winner of this gets to face off against Crushing Kelly. And then now Brenda dominating this, now looking to finish it off, now going for the body. That would be awesome, but I still like the Mario Party format. Yeah. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but they had Sonic Shuffle, but it the formula wasn't well received. Although unless they can make it its own mode, or they can rework it to something that's much more fitting of a party game, then that would be great. And of course, Spike Ryan just going for it is cheering for his sis. That's what I mean. Use the characters, but keep the. Okay, well now the referee's standing him up. All right, now the fight's standing up again. And of course, Brenda using fake outs just to keep Aldana honest. All right, 11 seconds left to go. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So far, Brenda doing pretty well. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly, what she's doing, much like what Dean Ambrose did, who, of course, most people now know him as Jon Moxley. Number one thing is, to me, an effort to finish the fight by KO or submission. Yeah, it's not just holding him down. You gotta go for the knockout or a submission, or move to be in a position to do that. And Aldana with a right hook on the body of Reed, although not a lot of not a lot of mustard behind that one though. And Brenda just continuing to tag Aldana. Aldana going for a jumping punch, and almost left herself open to getting punched out herself. And Aldana just trying to do anything, but Brenda not going to let her do it. Surprised there hasn't been any knee kicks. Yeah, I'm surprised too. That being said, Brenda doing a great job. Woo! Both women went for a strike, but they both missed. But yeah, for those wondering, like why the later start time? Well, I had some shopping to do when it came to Thanksgiving, so I had a lot more errands than I normally do. But it was what it was. But one thing that Brenda cannot do is let her guard down. Not against Aldana. Not while she's in a compromising position, because Jen Corso was unable to finish the fight. And then when the fight got down to the ground, Aldana was able to get a submission victory on Jen Corso. I mean, it was late in the third round under normal time rules, which was 5 minutes around. So, but here it's 3 minutes around, which still adds up to 15 minutes. It's just now split into 5 instead of 3, as per usual. I'm talking about a straight kick in front of the knee. A questionable but legal tactic. I mean, there are. I mean, I know that there's modified kicks to do that. And oh, hey, what's up, Leo? Right now, you are seeing the debut of Spike Ryan's sister, Brenda Reed, going up against real life fighter Irene Aldana in the green shorts. All right, final round. Yeah, that's something that John tends to do. It's a very questionable tactic, as well as using the fingers to keep a distance, which might induce, which might happen to lead to eye pokes, which again, that's a very questionable tactic. Oh, went for a takedown, but Brenda doing a great job with keeping the fight standing up. And now, oh, nice rare strike with the elbow instead. His diagonal spinning elbow is crazy. Yeah, exactly. Because if he hits it, like usually when you get hit with that, it's like getting hit by a baseball bat. It just disorients you. It just when you get hit with a bat, it's like it's like it takes a lot of starch out of you. And of course, Aldana was trying to hope that Brenda would become so aggressive that she go to the floor, but Brenda was not going for it. And now Brenda going to look to finish her off. It's got a little more than a minute left to go. Now goes for another takedown. $50 left. Obviously, if you're Aldana, you got to go for a knockout or a submission. You got to go for some sort of finish. Otherwise, it's over. And then another spin kick, and that time that one landed real flush. 10 seconds left. I missed Crow Cop. Yeah. Right leg hospital, left leg morgue. Or I thought it was cemetery, but still. Well, instead, we go to the judges. Oh, someone was trying to reach out to me. I mean, those are just some of the highlights, though.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5
Cemetery.
rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. All 3 judges score the contest 50-44. For the winner by unanimous decision, Reed.
All right, so Brenda gets the win via decision. I didn't quite hear the score, so I might have to look at it. But Brenda gets the win, and will be moving on into the tournament as she makes it to the quarterfinals. So let's take a look at the statistics here. Oh, all right. So Wow, what a lopsided victory. So that's the final score. And as such, Brenda will be the one to face off against Crushing Kelly. Yeah, it wasn't a 50 45, it was a 50-44. All right. Let's see who we have in the chat really quickly. Well, I may as well showcase the other tournament. Well, oh, no, 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 not online. I meant offline, please. Well, I actually let me showcase the other tournament really quickly. So we have an 8-man tournament, and of course you have some you have some characters that did very well, like Dan Severn and Action Bronson, who each won in their matches. And then of course we got CM Punk, and of course we paid him that CM Punk money to be in the tournament. But we also have we finally get ourselves the debut, and we get the matchup that we intended to have and deliver, and that was JW Caliber against Dragonheart. Yep, Punk is there. Yes, CM Punk is in this game. But let's also showcase the other tournament and the non-tournament matches. And here's what we got. So of course you have a middleweight title fight. You have a fight between two champions in Jamar and Jose Aldo. As well as another champion versus champion fight, Speranza and Jessica Andrade. And then of course we have it's a obviously Beth is the placeholder. She's not the official person to be in this. No, she was only there as a placeholder so that we can get Crushing Kelly, and now Brenda in the other one. So may as well showcase that. But anyway, so we have the tournament, and it goes as follows: you have Kelly against Brenda, Jen Corso against Liliana Ladrona, Diamond Sky and Sarah Richards, and of course Taipan against Patty. And then last but certainly not least, we have 4 other title fights. You have Azriel Black, who is defending against the challenger who beat him in a no in a non-title contest, that being Najee. Same thing with Hoist Gracie, as he now gets to face off against Clinton for the championship. And then, of course, you have Tito Ortiz, who, of course, because Wally lost his fight, and because we were wondering who was going to step up to face off against Wally on very short notice, Tito Ortiz got the call, given his status as a former light heavyweight champion. My favorite fighter, I would say Chuck Liddell, probably. And then, of course, you have the heavyweight championship, in which Captain Danger, upon winning his fight against Wally, earned the right to face off against Azriel Black for the heavyweight title. So those are the non-tournament matches, and then we have the women's tournament matches, or at least the first or the quarterfinals of that tournament. So So let's see who's in the chat really quickly. So we have Mike and Brandon. Well, Brandon Cuevas, but I don't see him. All right, so let me start the event. Just so. Oh, it just starts right away. Oh, you know what? We'll go to this. We'll go to our first fight on this one. Mike Wasson and Brandon Cuevas, and I'm gonna let those two boys know. So let me just get Wasson and Cuevas. And of course, as you can see, Mike Wasson has dropped down to middleweight to face off against Cuevas, who was already a middleweight, to crown a new middleweight champion. There we go. Let me check on the chat really quick. Royd Gracie. And hello to LD. All right, and then I'll get Brandon. Cuevas. All right. So who do you guys think is going to win this one? Will it be Brandon Cuevas or will it be Mike Wasson? No matter where I go, whether it's WWE, AEW, BTW, or UFC, I can never seem to get rid of CM Punk. But really, it all comes down to when Punk made his two-fight appearance in the UFC. And this was after the fallout that he had with the WWE, especially when Vince was in charge. And obviously, we all know how that turned out. The moment that Vince was not fully in charge, I mean, yeah, he was still there when Punk came back, but not even 2 months later did Vince McMahon, get ousted from the company after what happened with Janelle Grant and that whole can of worms, and we all know how that turned out. But in the meantime, it led to Punk going to the UFC. I I imagine I imagine that UFC still pays royalties to Punk for his likeness, so I thought that was pretty cool. That like they could have just as easily not used him, but no, they kept him. All right. So the tail of the tape is that Brandon is much younger, and while they both weigh the same, the height and the reach go to Mike Wasson.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Herb Dean. And now, this is the moment UFC fans around the world have been waiting for. Live from the sold-out Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Middleweight Championship of the World. Introducing first, fighting out of the corner.
Anyway,
This
there you
man is
see
a kickboxer.
Brandon
His
Cuevas. Oh
professional
yeah, I
debut
almost
here
forgot.
tonight. He
I
is
almost
5
forgot
inches
that
tall,
now
weighing in at
Brenda is now
170
1-0,
pounds.
but for
Fighting from
Brandon,
Hoboken, New
he comes
Jersey,
into this
presenting
at 10
the
wins, 15
challenger,
losses,
the
and a single no contest.
And now introducing the champion fighting out of the red corner. This man is a boxer making his professional debut here tonight. He stands 60
And for Mike Wasson,
weighing in at 185
he comes in at 10 wins, 5 losses.
Ladies and gentlemen, the reigning, defending UFC middleweight
And Patty Cakes! It's great to see you, Patty Cakes.
All right, so for the championship, you can give me your instructions in the dressing room.
Well,
Protect yourself at all times.
I'm happy to say that because Brenda has an extra fight than that of the competition, I'm gonna give her a super mushroom. But instead of making her larger like it would for Mario, all it really does is it heals HP and the damage taken, so she'll be 100% when she faces off against Kelly, who herself has yet to fight. But it is great to see Patty in the chat. Although, now we get to our first fight. Now, this is also 5 rounds, but it's the standard 5 minutes a round for a total of 25 minutes, but not saying that it will last 25 minutes. Not with these big boys. I mean, no, these guys can knock people out. And Wasson did that against Cuevas. However, now that Wasson has dropped weight to get to the middleweight, that might just give Cuevas the chance that he needs now that Wasson had to drop some weight from the weight cut that he had to make. Ooh, nice left hook to the body, and then a couple of kicks to the body, and then another right hook. Now, I will say this, though. There is one guy or girl, but there's one fighter that is one no-show away from losing their spot. So I'll point out who this person is by the time we get to the end of night 2. Or night 1 if that person just so happens to be in the fight tonight. But I'll point this person out when the time comes. All right, back to the fight now. All right, 3 minutes and 10 seconds left. Both guys already going ham on each other. Ooh, nice elbow right to the face of Wasson. Oh! Ooh, nice, well-placed right uppercut right to the body. Just as Brandon Cuevas was going for a high kick, he left his body open for that big right uppercut to the body. All right, so 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Then another spin kick. And Mike Wasson mistiming his kicks, and Brandon Cuevas doing a great job. Just counter cut. I can't even talk. Counter kicking and counter punching. Although one thing that Brandon can't do is get in a clinch and then Mike Wasson can just go to town on him. Which looks better, the old... Whoa! Wow, what a kick onto the head of Brandon Cuevas. I was so busy looking at the chat. And then an uppercut as Brandon was trying to go for a takedown, and he paid for it. Excuse me. Got the hiccups. I mean, if you ask me, I would say the old ones, just because the new ones kind of look. They just kind of look average at best. They just kind of look like something you would put on your actual as an actual belt, like to hold up your pants. Whereas the old ones, they look just like they look just like professional wrestling championships, and they had lots of gold. It just looked it just really looked nice. And hello to Tenmu. All right, so 10 seconds left to go. I have to say that perhaps maybe that that uppercut that led to a knockdown onto Brandon Cuevas, as well as that head kick right here, I want to say that Wasson won the first round. Um, is Brenda going to be in action tonight? So I might go back and forth between this and what is it, the in the men's tournament, but uh, but who knows? She might be back in action again. But I don't want to make any promises though. But I'm trying to keep it to within 11 fights. But if it just so happens that she gets to go again, great. I'm just going by feel in this case in terms of the people that are in the chat. Anyway, so we have our first championship fight, and of course this was the opener. I mean, usually most events don't open. Well, most UFC or any other MMA events don't open with a championship fight, but considering how stacked the card is between both night 1 and 2, at least one championship fight was going to happen, and it just so happened to be a crowning of a new champion. So even if Wasson was introduced as the new champion, he's not the champion, not yet. All right, cool, cool. Not a problem there, Spike Ryan. Although right now, Mike Wasson doing a great job with the hands, and I have to say that the loss of the weight means that while he's not focusing completely on power, he now has the speed to make the punches connect. Oh yeah. The only bad thing about Undisputed 3 was that this was like I imagine that was before uh, women's MMA was even a thing, or even if it was still in its infancy. And whoa, did you guys see that? He jumped with both legs. It was like he was trying to do a drop kick, but he didn't. If you go back and watch that, it was okay. So if I wanted to do women's MMA, I don't know if it was there or if it was still in its infancy. In other words, was there any women's MMA at that point? That's kind of what I'm curious about. Ooh, nice spin kick there onto Mike Wasson. All right, half the round. That is round 2 almost over. Oh, well placed kick there by Cuevas. Not in the USA, but in Japan. Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the only bad thing. But I imagine that if they just took the presentation of that game and just put it in the modern engine, or I imagine I haven't tried out UFC 5, but if you have tried it, or if you've seen gameplay of it, which I haven't, but But if they can just do something like that, but on the modern, but on a modern engine, even if it is from, EA, that would be awesome though. Oh, you did see it. Well, all right. Well, Primetime, what do you think about it from what you have seen? And I don't blame you if you don't know everything, because I don't expect everybody to know, especially if you don't have it. But from what you've seen, but it's all good though. All right, so a minute, 5 seconds, and boy, I mean these guys have absolutely bloodied each other. Although, wait a minute! Whoa! Nice move there by Brandon. It looked as if Mike Watson was going for the takedown, but instead, Brandon turned it around to where he's in top position, now in the full guard. Oh, but then Mike Watson now has him in the rear naked choke position. Now in a side sprawl, and back up again. Ooh! Well-placed kick, and that had to rock Watson's world. Tammy, how's it going? Anyway, how's it going there, Tammy? Oh, nice well-placed kick to... Yep. Nice nice counter as far as Brandon Cuevas, and then a head kick. But, ooh, well-placed kick. Okay. There we go. I had to make some adjustments there, audio-wise. All right, here we go. And Watson with another high kick, but Cuevas with enough distance to avoid it. Diamond Sky as yes, you do have a match on the super card there, Diamond Sky. Can you correct? Oh, all right. Well, let me add you on the list there, Tammy. The only bad thing about this game and some of the games before it was that, well, first and foremost, Brandon Cuevas just got kicked in the head, and Brandon just got knocked out, and will go to 10-16 in a no contest. And Mike Watson goes to 11-5 and becomes the new middleweight champion. Look at that. Just kicked him in the head. All right, let me add Tammy to the list. But yeah, I was about to say that the only bad thing about this game and the games that came before it is that you can create up to 22 fighters. Not 100, not even 50, but 22. I'm serious. Not even 25, man. Which is really weird. But I have you on the list so that if somebody drops out of the roster, yeah, that's less than WWE's limit. But nonetheless, though, it's great to see you, Arkham. I gotta watch. I gotta watch. What's his face? I gotta watch Arkham 500's the rest of his show. I only got to see the first two matches because you actually started when I had to go to church, so it was what it was. But I can watch that. And then, of course, as you can see, yes, Diamond Sky is going to face off against Sarah Richards in the quarterfinals. TJ, I'm not happy right now. Well, what do you mean you're not happy? Oh, okay. So I'll have to watch the feed and you in the cage match. All right, I'll watch that. But why are you not happy? Like, what's going on? Also, great to see you there, Joker. Okay. Let's see. Jamar's not in the chat, but let me see who else is in the chat. Also, let me exit out anyway so we can check to see who's in the chat. That if they're in the men's tournament, I can start one up. If not, I'll just move on to our next one. So um, I don't see Jose, and I don't see. Okay. You know what? I'll get this one out of the way. Let's get out Punk and Peter Griffin, though. Oh, okay. Not a problem, AJ. And while we do that, I'm going to let Peter Griffin know. Hmm. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for at least DMing it. Not a problem. All right. I might return to the UFC. All right. Well, I can at least. I'll put Brooklyn Joker on the list. I'll put you on the list there, Joker. Okay, but first let me just get Peter Griffin. Okay, Peter Griffin. All right, I will just get right into it. And yes, your eyes do not deceive you. You have CM Punk. I can't believe I'm saying this, but he is here. Anyway. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So in character, AJ is saying Arkham. He is not very happy with Louis Levanquer ruining what was supposed to be uh, AJ the character show. So of course Arkham. So of course AJ is in character saying he's not happy with him, out of character. But of course we all know that Spike Ryan has a beef with CM Punk as well. I don't know if Arkham is still in the chat, but just know that it's in character Arkham. But I hope everything's going well in Arkham Land. Yeah, it also depends on who's playing with who's playing as CM Punk, not with him. However, Punk is actually younger, and while they're both the same height, the weight and the reach go to Peter Griffin.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC.
Yeah, Inoki is crazy.
Introducing first,
10 years of beef, actually, TJ.
wrestler
Yeah,
with a professional record of 1 loss and 1 no
I see.
contest. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall, weighing in at 117 professional debut here tonight. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall, weighing in at 240 pounds. Fighting out of New York, Big Daddy. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Herb Dean.
I forgot to mention that Peter Griffin is 9-6, and he has been a finalist 2 times, but he has never been able to win a tournament before. So we'll see how he does in this tournament against CM Punk. But one thing, if you're Peter Griffin, is the last thing you want to do is underestimate Punk. Yo, what's up, Odds? How you doing, man? Yeah, Pride FC was awesome. It's just sad though that the only thing that they were able to incorporate in the UFC from Pride was its fighters rather than the moveset or I mean if you're gonna do it, just do it when you're in Japan or any of the countries that they ran at the time. Although Griffin, almost kicked Punk while he was down. The only place that you can kick a down fighter when standing up is to his legs. Although, wait a minute. Now Punk trying to get a gogoplata, trying to go for a submission, but can he do it? And and Peter Griffin managed to escape though. Peter, just imagine Punk is the chicken. And it's so weird to see, CM Punk without his shoes, because we normally don't get to see him without his shoes. But nonetheless, though, Punk now getting smothered, now getting bludgeoned. In fact, that's the last thing you wanted, was to have Peter Griffin on top of you with all his weight. And of course, Brandon Cuevas not too happy with what happened in his fight after getting his head kicked in. And wait a minute. What's going on here? Oh, before I address the elephant in the room, let me go back to the match here. Don't say chicken when I'm around, says Diamond Sky. I'll get back to that in a moment. And now, wait a minute. CM Punk trying to use the cage, and he flips over. Now he's the one that's on top. And then Peter Griffin manages to get back up on his feet. And then CM Punk trying to take down Peter Griffin. But Peter Griffin moves back a little bit. And then a kick to the body. Well, he tried to kick him in the head, but it wasn't a well-placed kick, though. Yes. Although some people can say I've known him for 6 years. And then another kick to the body. And then another kick to the, this time a big boot to the face. And if the kick didn't get him, the smell did. Although when Peter went for a high kick and he missed, Punk was able to make him pay for that one. In South Atlantic Wrestling back in his day. See, I wouldn't have known that. And yet another kick to the face, and now Peter is stumbling. Oh, just when I thought he was stumbling, Punk was he got a little too excited and ran into the big right hand of Peter Griffin. You saw him wrestle on TV? Awesome. Look at that. Wow. and look at the dance that Peter Griffin's doing, man. Insane.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb Dean has called a stop to this contest at 4 minutes, 59 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by knockout, Big Daddy.
So congratulations to Peter Griffin as he wins with 1 second left in the first round against CM Punk. And of course, he will be awaiting the winner of JW Caliber and Dragonheart. But we now move on to outside the men's tournament and back into our back to the other side. All right, I had to make an announcement in the Discord chat. All right, here we go. Let me catch up on the chat. Spike laughs at CM Punk. Al Snow used to train Dan Severn. Anyway, up next we have the first of two champion versus champion fights, and in this case we have the featherweight champion Jamar taking on the men's bantamweight champion Jose Aldo. So who do you guys think will win this champion versus champion fight? Usually whoever loses these such fights is the one that has to defend their title. So who do you think will win this one? A Stone Cold Steve Austin ripoff? Well, yeah, if anything, he's more his own man. No, if anything, no one can ever become Stone Cold because if they tried, it would either be laughed upon or it would just be frowned upon. The only person that was able to successfully do it was Stone Cold Shark Boy, but obviously that was more of a parody rather than an absolute rip-off, though. So he wrestled at Vince Torelli. Well, I'll have to look it up. I'll have to look it up under the name because I did not know he wrestled under that name. I know that in some places he wrestled as Wayne Shamrock, but Wayne is his middle name, obviously. But anyway, I'm just gonna let Jamar know that he is up next. So maybe I'll start the entrances here. And there you see the men's bantamweight champion, Jose Aldo. But he was also a featherweight champion and a dominant one at that. All right, so I just let Jamar know. Let me check on the chat. The closest thing to The Rock is L.A. Knight. Yeah. Anyway, there you see Jamar, Chris Chavez. Oh yeah, he was Chris Chavez before he officially and legitimately went under the name of Tatanka. You know, before he was inducted into the Lumbee tribe. Used to go to Bethel High School. All right, so Jamar is younger, has the height and the reach advantage, and the weight advantage. So, but on the other hand, Jose Aldo is a future Hall of Famer in waiting. That much I can say.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC lightweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a Muay Thai kickboxer holding a professional record of 31 wins, 8 losses. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in 135 pounds. Fighting out of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, presenting the former UFC featherweight champion of the world, Jose Aldo Jr.
And of course, Joker's still booing Jamar.
Out of the red corner, this man is a freestyle fighter, making his professional debut here tonight. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall, weighing in at 145 pounds. Fighting out of Atlanta, Georgia, Magic Man. And when the action begins, our referee in charge of the octagon is Dan Bergliata. Are you ready? Are you ready?
All right, fight underway. Here we go. And of course, as far as Jamar is concerned, he comes in with a record of 7 wins, 11 losses. But I will say this, though. Jamar was successful in his last non-title fight in which he fought against Jose Blanco and won. Although both these guys are, well, Aldo is a kickboxer, but Jamar is a balanced fighter, so I would imagine that it would be best for him to get the fight on the ground as much as he can, but he's not afraid to mix it up, I will say. Okay. Anyway, back to the match, though. I was checking my messages in case someone was trying to reach out to me. All right, so 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Although Jose Aldo with a nice snap jumping punch onto Jamar. Of course, Jamar has to be careful not to, you know. Whoa! Okay, well, never mind. Well, then again, he does have the power advantage, so he could do that, but he's got to he's got to time his punches so that when he does hit him, it'll hurt. course, Aldo is in a better physical condition to hit and run. Something that our good friend Najee did when he upsetted Azrael Black, in which, in doing so, he was able to win the fight and get himself an opportunity at the Openweight Championship. Oh, I almost forgot. There we go. Oh, wait. Sorry. Not 3 fights. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was right. All right, three fights. This is our 4th one. Anyway, and of course, Aldo doing a great job with just constantly tagging Jamar, but Jamar using his power and going for a takedown on Aldo, or by Aldo, I should say. And ooh, nice spin kick though by Jamar. Although Aldo, to his credit, not backing down. He's still attacking. But Aldo still getting the best of Jamar when it comes to punching him in the face. And then, ooh, nice kick. Nice question mark kick. But then a kick of his own by Jamar. 15 seconds left. This is a close round, but I might have to give it to Aldo. As Aldo has been landing the more punches, the most punches, I should say. Of course, Jamar hitting some powerful ones as well. All right, round 2 about to start. Wow, nice jumping knee by Jamar. Jamar Games, whatever you want to call him, but Jamar. But then of course he got leg checked and limped a little bit, so he's got to be careful. Oh, well, thank you very much there, Spike Ryan. I appreciate it, man. I still have to catch up with Arkham's show since, like I said, I only watched the first 2 matches, and then I had to go, and then I had to, go to church. So it's all good though. Although Jamar doing a great job with the knees and the kicks to mix up with the punches. Okay, so the total strikes landed is not that far off. Okay, but still, Aldo was landing more punches in the first round, but now Jamar slowly but surely taking over. Wasn't a good night for your Shield brother. Well, it happens. And now Aldo, slowly but surely, like I said, is starting to feel the effects of those powerful punches that Jamar has. And of course, Aldo doing a great job mixing up the 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 punches, but then a couple of knees, and then the last one drops Aldo. So I have to think now Jamar just giving Aldo the beats. And then a spin kick, and that got Aldo really good. It's not an easy fight unless you're Irish. Yeah. Although so far Jamar is actually doing pretty well against him. Of course, the power advantage definitely helps, but even still, even if you do have the weight and the size on him, I mean, unless you're a skilled fighter, Aldo is going to take you down, just like David took down Goliath. Even though in this case Jamar's not that tall and not that big. But he did connect on that uppercut. Ooh, nice running knee onto Jamar, and Jamar gets a little taste of his own medicine. 1:30 left to go. And now some more Muay Thai knees. Ooh, going off the cage, but he didn't get anything off of the momentum there. Ooh, nice duck there by Aldo. All right, so 35 seconds left to go. I have to think now Jamar might have won the second round unless Aldo can turn it around, but I honestly think Aldo might have won the first, but the second round, unless Aldo turns it around, is going to go to Jamar. So we'll find out what happens. But all right, 5 seconds left in the second, and we're going to go to a third round. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking in terms of the round. So it's 1-for-1 in this at this point. And what a jumping knee on Aldo by Jamar. Yeah, and that uppercut dropping him on his butt might have just given him the round right there. But now it's round 3, our final round. And then, ooh, nice leg check there onto Jamar, and now Jamar's limping a little bit. And then, well, a kick that ends up causing Jamar to fall back. But Jamar, to his credit, not giving up. All right. And in fact, the total strikes are about even with a slight edge to Jamar, although Aldo starting to overtake him, but then getting kicked in the getting kicked in the face, and then knee to the body by Jamar. And then Jamar with a kick to the face, to the head, and I'm surprised that didn't drop Aldo. That just goes to show how tough he is. And then, whoa, nice Judas effect a la Chris Jericho with that spinning elbow by Jamar. I guess he must have learned something from Chris Jericho as well as John Jones, as Clinton pointed out. Although one thing you don't want to do if you're Jamar is leave yourself open as far as Aldo is concerned. And and a kick that causes Jamar to fall down, but Jamar gets right back up. So far, the match or this fight has been standing on the feet. Sometimes you'll get fights in which they go to the ground and they stay to the ground. So, but in this case, it's been on the feet. So we'll find out if it should come down to the ground, how their ground games work. Although Jose Aldo's no slouch when it comes to groundwork. In fact, he's trying to take him down right now, but Jamar not going to let him do it. Oh, oh my goodness! Now Jamar getting taken down, but now both guys are on the ground. This is exactly what I wanted to know, but we'll never find out because Jamar got right back up, as did Aldo. But I think Aldo might have just taken this fight unless Jamar can turn it around, especially after what Aldo had just done. Well, never mind. Jamar knocked him down. Let's see if he can do it again. Oh, and nice head kick, but probably didn't land in as flush as you probably wanted. And then a kick to the leg. Now he goes down. All right. Now there's 35 seconds of them on the ground. Let's see what happens here. Now Aldo goes into the half guard. But even then, Jamar is still managing to punch him while on the ground. And Jamar trying to favor those legs. I mean, especially after being kicked that many times by Aldo. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, well, he did something, but that was towards the end of the fight, and he almost knocked out Jamar, but Jamar was able to stand tall. All right. Let's see if that's enough to sway the judges or if it leads to a split decision or something. Let's find out. But here are some of the highlights of the match and fight between Aldo and Jamar. This is the second fight that made it to the judges, the other being Brenda and Aldana from early in the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. Judge 1 scores this contest 28-28. Judge 2 scores it 29-27, Aldo. And Judge 3 scores it 29-27 for the winner by majority decision, Jose Aldo Jr.
So Jose Aldo wins it 2-0 in the sense of 2 judges scored it for Jose, while the third judge scored it a tie. So by majority decision, the winner is Jose Aldo. We'll look at the scorecards in a moment. But Jose won the fight which I'm not sure, but let's take a look and see. Let's take a look at the statistics really quickly here. So as you can see, the first judge scored it 28-28, but then the other two judges scored it 29-27. Interesting. All right, so we got that's 4 fights. All right. So next up, we go back to our men's tournament. And in this case, what I'm going to do is have is going to have is to have the Diamond Giant take on Action Bronson. So let me get Diamond Light in this really quick. Real quick. Okay. All right. Now let's get to it. But yeah, I'm not kidding when I said that Action Bronson is in this. This is so funny, man. I thought there was going to be a tournament to determine your challenger for the heavyweight championship. Well, what happened was that Captain Danger beat Wally, albeit Wally was the light heavyweight champion, and Captain Danger had the choice. He could have went down to light heavyweight to face off against Wally, but he chose to stay at heavyweight. And because, of course, Captain Danger has the most wins out of anybody, it was only a matter of time before he would cash in and face off against you. But yeah, but on the other hand, you are the double champ, and as double champ, you're going in there defending 2 championships. We'll find out which one, if not both of them, will you be able to defend. Anyway, here is the Diamond Giant against Action Bronson. So who do you guys think is going to win this one, though? But there is going to be, but the tournament does determine a challenger, and it might not, and really, it's not just the heavyweight title. It's also their own division, their own their own weight division. So let's say if a middleweight wins, then they go for the middleweight title, or they can go for a title that's one weight class up or one weight class down, or even the open weight title. So it's not just the heavyweight title; it's also within their own weight division, if not the open weight title. So yeah, if a heavyweight does win and they go after the heavyweight title, then yeah. So it's not. So it's an all-encompassing tournament type of thing. But we'll find out who does win this tournament. I mean, we already have Peter Griffin advancing after knocking out CM Punk, but now we have Action Bronson going up against the Diamond Giant, and who knows, you could fight this man. Action could go for chop to title. Oh, I get it. The show known as Chopped. Okay, but nonetheless, though, to Azrael Black, I like out of character to the man behind Azrael Black. To the man behind Azrael Black, I just want to say, from the man behind to Jew 22, I hope you're feeling better, and I hope you're feeling how do I say this, fed, so to speak, in that you're well fed. Anyway, Diamond Light is younger, has the height and the reach, but Action Bronson has the weight advantage. But no, I'm just hoping that you're feeling well, and by you I mean the man behind Azrael Black. Someone should fight dressed as a chef. If anyone could do it, it would probably be Gordon Ramsay or something like that. I was so tempted to put in Hook's theme, since Action Bronson was the one who did it.
And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Eve Loving.
And of course, Diamond Light doing his best Shawn Michaels impression. And then, of course, Bronson. Both these guys are huge men. I mean, both these guys weigh at around the 240, mark. However, Diamond Light has the height without question. But of course, Bronson, he won his fight. In fact, he had his victory. I'm trying to remember who he fought. But he won his fight. Hence the reason why he qualified for this tournament. And who knows, Azrael, who knows? If Bronson wins, he's naturally going to go for the heavyweight title because he's a heavyweight. So you could fight this man. You could fight Bronson, Action Bronson. I almost called him Bronson Reed, but that would have been incorrect. And a kick to the leg, and down goes Bronson. However, the Diamond Giant trying to take down Bronson. Oh, someone's trying to reach out to me. Oh, okay, no. I thought for a moment that was what was happening there. Although right now... Ooh, nice knee to the head. But then Action Bronson bringing the action to the Diamond Giant. Ooh. And of course the Diamond Giant showing us how much of a giant he is. I mean, of course, Diamond Light recently lost more or less 15 pounds. And part of the reason was that he wanted to be able to keep up with some of the smaller guys in the heavyweight division. And now going for the leg lock. He was just looking for an opportunity to put the leg lock on him. But Bronson trying to escape. Action Bronson. And Bronson escapes and now has the side mount on him. But if you're Bronson, the last thing you want to do is stay on the ground. Because once you go to the ground, as far as Diamond Light is concerned, that's where he gets you. But if you have Bronson, who is 8 pounds heavier than him, you might be able to pin him down. Although Diamond Light not going to let him do it. Hey, Jamar, what's up, man? By the way, Jamar, you had you had a fight one fight ago. So if you want to watch that fight, you can. But great to see you there, Jamar. Oh, nice spin kick, though. And goes for a takedown, but Bronson not going to let him do it. However, Bronson is doing pretty well with the hands. Oh, wow! He just smacked him with a roundhouse right. Tries to finish him off, but he also has to remember not to stay on the ground for too long. Yep. Has to get right back up. Otherwise, like I said, Diamond Light can just find a way to get him into a submission and get the victory right then and there. But Bronson with the hands drops the Diamond Giant. And a left hook that drops the Diamond Giant. Diamond Light not doing too good, but nice spin kick though. All right, well that's the end of the first round, but I have to think that Bronson might have gotten the first round based on that roundhouse right that dropped him. Let's see if we can get a good look at that one. And while that knee did a great okay, so that wasn't necessarily the roundhouse right I was looking for, but in those replays, but yeah, I have to concede that he did win the round. But Bronson also has to be careful not to let his guard down. But yeah, I hope everything's going well there, Mr. Azrael Black. To you know. And of course, Bronson just, I mean, I give him credit. He's not just going in there guns a blazing. He wants to make sure that he can get a well placed shot in on Diamond Light. A spin kick, although Bronson's height actually worked in his favor because he's really short. And there's Wally. Although I have a feeling that Wally's going to be featured in night 2. You know, considering his status as a world champion, the light heavyweight champion. Of course, Wally is watching from his suite. Yeah, you get to fight Tito Ortiz because unless Diamond or not Diamond Light, sorry, unless what's his face, unless Captain Danger had decided to move down to light heavyweight, then you'd have fought him again. But instead, because I didn't have anybody else in the light heavyweight division, I was like, okay, I'm going to have to find somebody else. And given Tito Ortiz's status as a former champion, that's how I picked him. But no, it's all good though, Wally. It's okay. It's just that in total there are 22 fights, and the last thing I wanted to do was make this show way too long, so I didn't want to do that. But yeah, night 2 will be next weekend, so it's not a problem. And of course, if you're Action Bronson, you don't want to be. Again, you do not want to be on the ground. Oh, nice spinning elbow onto Diamond Light. Oh, Diamond Light just got cracked. Oh, and the referee had to step in. And can you believe this? Action Bronson, he got an upset victory to qualify for the tournament, and now he's moving on to the second round. Are you kidding me? Look at this. Boom! Here's another angle at it. Boom! Right on the chin. And then, of course, Bronson just hammer fisting him. And then, of course, Diamond Light lost all consciousness. I mean, all right, well, he's back up, but I imagine he's not in a good space after getting blasted like that by Action Bronson. So the Diamond Giant is out, and Action Bronson is moving on to the second round. That's insane. But he's going to take on the winner of Dan Severn and Jose Blanco. But we move back to the events page. And next up is going to be the second and final. Oh, I almost forgot to. Let me do this really quickly. All right, so 5 fights down, 7 fights to go. All right, now we have Jessica Andrade and Speranza Dancy in a champion versus champion fight. So we have pink-haired Speranza. So I'm just going to let Speranza's owner know that she is up next. Okay. And then, of course, you guys can tell me who you guys think is going to win this one. Speranza Dancy is going to be there. Still more fights. I'm still here. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. If the fights go fast and you guys still want to continue going, I might consider continuing. But really though, it's just we all know how sometimes the shows can last a long, long time, and especially if they get to like late second round, 3-round fights, and if you have championship fights, you might have some that go the distance. But if the fights end relatively quick, then okay, great. But anyway, you have Jessica Andrade. Oh, I forgot to update the records. What am I doing? I forgot to update the records of Jamar Games, who now goes to 7-12, and then update the record of Diamond Light, who now goes to 5-2. So while Jessica Andrade is the women's flyweight champion, the women's openweight champion is this lady right here, Speranza Dancy. Now, normally Speranza has uh, jet black hair, but in this game she has pink hair. And she has a record of 24 wins and 6 losses, the best record. She is younger, she has the height and the reach advantage, but the weight goes to Jessica Andrade. And now Bruce Buffer. Absolutely, Wally.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This woman is a Muay Thai kickboxer holding a professional record of 24 wins, 11 losses. She stands 5 feet 1 inch tall, weighing in at 125 pounds. Fighting out of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Jessica Badeastata Andrade. And now introducing her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This woman is a
And of course, I should mention that Speranza Dancy, if you're wondering, like anytime I unlock a tire in this game, whether I'm playing the game or just using my points or the coins that I get from playing the game, Speranza acts as the model to showcase the new attire, so that's what she does. Hey, there's Empress Alicia. Great to see Empress Alicia, and I will say that Empress did really well in the 2 matches that she had, as did Carmelita Fox and then Sly Cooper in the men's rumble. And I'm not sure why it says yellow when clearly it's white. It's kind of weird. Anyway, and of course Tammy Martinez is here, and Tammy has expressed interest in joining the roster. Now, obviously, the only thing is it's very tough to get on the roster because, well, there's only 22 spots. But anyway, the way that a roster spot opens up is one of several ways. The most common being you no-show 10 times, and if you in other words, if you are scheduled to fight and you do not show up, you get a no-show, and if you get 10 of them, you lose your spot. Another way is if you willingly give up your spot. Another way is if is extremely rare, but it happens when the game corrupts and I lose your fighter. Much as what happened to King Ace or Jordan Walker. And then the fourth and very rare reason would be is if you do something bad and you get suspended for it, then that's another thing. Although right now, Jessica Andrade going for the armbar. There's against all odds. I did get your I got the thank you for sending me the video to remake Taipan, who was one of the 4 that lost who got her fighter who got her fighter taken out, but thankfully because of the video that you shared, I was able to remake her. So I'm happy that you were able to save the day. So I got to give you some props to. I got to give props to Odds, baby. Dun 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 dun. Well, if you are into submissions, you can say that that was nice, baby. Speranza with a submission, and she did it in record time. Man, I mean, if the fights go down this fast, I might be able to finish the show. Oh, it should have been 5 fights down, 6 fights, but now it's 4 fights down. Or sorry, 6 fights down. Obviously, I can't math today. There we go. Much better. I completely forgot that it was 6 fights down and 5 to go. I had a brain fart in terms of how many fights I had to go. But nonetheless, though, congratulations to Speranza Dancy as she has the quickest victory thus far. And of course, Speranza is going to make it very interesting as she now improves her record to 25 wins and 6 losses and looking to join the 30 win club. The only person that has a chance to get there quickly is Captain Danger. So we'll find out if it's going to be Captain Danger or if it's going to be Speranza Dancy that gets to 30 wins. But now we go back to our men's tournament. But yeah, and also welcome to the show, Alicia. I want to say welcome, Alicia. And of course, the woman that you see in front of you that is that's Spike Ryan's sister, Brenda. But up next, it's going to be Jose Blanco against the man that beat JW Caliber and qualified for the tournament. And that man is Dan the Beast Severn. And if I remember correctly, he was a UFC champion on 2 different occasions. Well, tournament champion. And then he also won the Super Fight Championship when they had that championship. Now, obviously, that championship is a defunct title because, well, they eventually had it become unified to create the uh, heavyweight championship uh, that we now have today. I saw your DM message and thank you. Aw, that's very sweet. All right, now I'm just gonna let Jose know. But who do you guys think is gonna win this one? Will it be Dan the Beast or will it be the masochist Jose Blanco? Of course, Jose won't be able to use any weapons against him. He's got to rely on his power or his speed, his cunning, and his ability to have an awesome mustache. No, no. But still, I kid about that last part though. All right. let's get right down to it. Who is going to win this one between Jose and Dan the Beast Severn? Who, of course, this is based on what he looked like when he was in his prime. Yes, you're facing Severn. Dan Severn from Coldwater, Michigan. In fact, I haven't seen a mustache like that since the 1990s died out. Sure, I guess. Oh. And then, of course, you have Jose Blanco. And Jose himself comes in with a record of 3 wins and 11 losses. But can he topple the giant? Can he overcome the size difference? Now, Jose Blanco coming into this tournament actually bulked up. He now stands at 5'9", and he now weighs 155 pounds. He was 140 not that long ago. So, in other words, he put quite a bit of meat behind the bones, if you get my drift. And he'll need it against this man. 101 wins. Of course, it's important to know that most of the victories came against a bunch of cans.
This man is a wrestler, making his professional debut here tonight. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall.
Well, that's 3-11 since you made your return from suspension, if you remember, Jose. Of course, before then, I still have the records for when you were a featherweight champion and a bantamweight champion, but now you have the thumbs up, thumbs down to the Beast, Dan the Beast Severn. I mean, he was the Beast long before Brock Lesnar ever was. And of course, Jose's got to be careful not to get his head kicked in. He's got to use his speed. But also, that's kind of like what you did. Remember how you attacked me from behind and low-blowed me on Blue Toad Wrestling after I beat you for your Universal Championship on Cyberspace Federation? Well, I didn't forget that, Jose, so I booked you in this fight. Not really. Yeah, and you lit my face on fire. That's right. So I didn't forget that. My pleasure, Brandon. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now going for the takedown is Dan Severn. It's just flash paper. Yeah. Yeah, it's just flash paper until somebody gets hurt. Although, whoa. Okay, and Dan the Beast backing up a little bit was like, okay, maybe this guy has a lot more meat on the bones than I thought he did. Look at this. Jose making Dan the Beast back up a little bit. And nice knee onto the body, though. Oh, nice overhand right. And Dan the Beast, I'm like, and as far as Dan Severn is concerned, I mean, I have to think that once he wakes up and once he hits that big, oh yeah, that's a big shot there. That'll hurt. So while Jose can throw all the shots he wants, but Dan just needs to hit a really big punch, if not a series of big ones. Oh, and I think he just woke up a little bit. Oh, nice, well-placed high kick to the face of Dan Severn. Oh, now goes for the takedown, but oh, Severn almost got him there. I should mention that Jose Blanco is a wrestler. Oh, and a big boot. Now using some Muay Thai knees and doing pretty well against Dan Severn. I'll tell you one thing, this would be a huge upset if Jose can upset Dan Severn. And the funny thing is, the winner of this will get to face off against Action Bronson, as Action Bronson had an upset of his own in upsetting the Diamond Giant. Yeah. Oh my God! Look at the strength! And he nearly body slams him. And Jose in trouble. I just thought I'd pop in and say hi and say goodnight. Oh, well, not a problem, Alicia. I appreciate that. But now, Jose in trouble. Jose, can you get out of this? No, he cannot. And Dan the Beast has done it. Anyway, congratulations to Dan the Beast as he's beaten the Masochist. I mean, of course, most of the losses come against high quality opponents, so you're not losing to a bunch of cans. Whereas Dan Severn beat a bunch of cans. Well, especially like after his prime years, obviously. Where's the aggression? However, the fights are going relatively fast, so I'm happy about that. Although I know that Jose wasn't too happy about getting beat. Yeah, of course, you're on a cold streak. I'm still trying to figure out ways to help you there, Jose, out of character. But I'll find something in terms of your fight style and whatnot. But yeah, I just put more meat on the bones and put you in the lightweight division, so. But as it is, this is going to be an interesting semifinal in the men's tournament because now you have Action Bronson against Dan Severn. Who thought, if anybody predicted that to be on your bingo card, well, congratulations there. All right. So we still got 4 fights to go nonetheless. All right, so now we go back to our events. And can you believe this? We're going to have the second fight of the now named Brenda Reed as she now takes on the #1 seed, crushing Kelly. Well, of course, at the time she was under her maiden name, and that was before she married in character um, Atticus Black, but at the time she was known as Baker. And of course, Patty has a fight of her own against Sterling. And in fact, they're in the 4th and 5th seed battle. are those two. But nonetheless, though, welcome to my world. All right, so the only person I need to let know is Kelly. So I'll let her know. So this will be the first real test that Brenda's going to have. So while Brenda was able to take care of Aldana, something that, Jen Corso was unable to do, we'll see if she can do the same to Crushing Kelly, or if Crushing Kelly will do just that. Crush Brenda's dreams of becoming the #1 contender. There we go. I just let Kelly know. All right, here we go. Now let's get to it. So of course Brenda competed in the first fight, and that was because, as mentioned before, we had this was a 9-woman tournament, and because we had an uneven number, Brenda and Irene Aldana had the first fight, and this was to determine who would ultimately face off against Crushing Kelly. Now, Brenda won her first fight via decision, a very dominant fight, but now we're going to find out if she can get past Crushing Kelly. And in fact, there she is right there. And hiya, Crushing Kelly. You're just in time for your fight. And also, if you didn't get to see it, do check out Crushing Kelly's show, which was Thankful Beatings. I believe there were 2 parts, as I think the first part crashed and then Kelly had to do a part 2. So I guess you can watch both parts whenever you can, but do check them out when you have the chance. And of course, Crushing Kelly in character is younger. However, the height, the weight, and the reach are identical. And now, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This woman is a boxer.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention for those who are just joining in, Brenda now is at 1-0. And for Crushing Kelly, she comes in at 8 wins, 19 losses, but as mentioned with Jose Blanco, many of her losses were not against cans. They were against the best that the show has to offer. But it just goes to show how tough the competition is. So records can be misleading sometimes, because it's not always the quantity, but the quality of opponents. But that should not take anything away from Crushing Kelly and from how awesome she is, both as a character and as the person behind the character. All right, here we go. It's kind of weird it says beige when really it's red. Anyway, and then of course Brenda using her kicks to take down Crushing Kelly. Of course, Crushing Kelly is a wrestler, and Brenda is a boxer. So if you're Crushing Kelly, your best chance is to take down Brenda. and possibly go for a submission, or at the very least control the fight on the ground. And if you're Brenda, you want to keep the fight standing up and try to go for the knockout. Anyway, nice kick there to Brenda. Ooh, nice well-placed kick there by Crushing Kelly, looking to quote-unquote crush the dreams of Brenda, who, for those who don't know, is the sister to Spike Ryan. And, ooh, going for a takedown, but Brenda keeps the fight standing up. Ooh, nice well-placed punch there by Kelly with that right hook. Oh, well, I should also point out that normally you're not allowed to attack your opponent to the back. Like, you can't do kidney punches. However, if you threw a punch and your opponent did a spinning move, leaving their back open to getting punched, well, then it's allowed. It's just that you can't go out of your way to punch somebody in the back. So I should mention that little quirk in the rules there. And then, of course, Primetime is saying hello to Patty and Kelly. Everybody else is saying hello to Kelly. And then another kick to the body. And for Brenda, I mean, a victory over Kelly would move her closer to possibly getting an opportunity. And same thing with Kelly. If she wins this, she moves on to the next round of the tournament. Well, it's more likely we might have to see your fight on night 2. And I don't like to keep you waiting, especially, you know, if it's not going to happen. But on the other hand, well, that's kind of where we're at. I mean, at the very least, what I'll try to do is finish out the quarterfinals of both the men's and the women's tournament. But yeah, you'll be featured on night 2, kind of like what we did with WrestleMania. Although it's more understandable if it's WrestleMania. I mean, come on, it's WrestleMania. And I can totally understand why WWE is moving to a 2-night system when it comes to SummerSlam. I mean, and speaking of going to a 2-night system, I bring this up because, like, how do you guys feel about, you know, WrestleMania being a 2-night show, and now SummerSlam starting next year becoming a 2-night show? I'll let you guys think about that. Yeah, watch out for the kicks though, and if the kick didn't get him, the smell did. I'm more than okay with it. If anything, it helps with, you know, avoiding fatigue, especially if when you watch the likes of WrestleMania 33, 34, and 35, like those ones. Oh God, and especially WrestleMania 34 and 35, those ones were ungodly too long. I like Mania, not sure about SummerSlam. I think really because SummerSlam is considered the second biggest event, and also because of the fact that Triple H doesn't want to do quantity over quality and wants to keep the quality high, but is unable to put just about everybody on the card. I honestly think that that's not a bad idea as far as SummerSlam. Because, yeah, you want to showcase new talent that are on the up and up, but on the other hand, you don't want to neglect the storylines and the storylines and other matches that you have on the card that you want to allow to be fleshed out. Which is not that much different from when Giant Baba was the booker. Because he focused more on the quality of the fight, rather, the quality of the storytelling and the matches and everything, as opposed to having just a bunch. Whereas, of course, Vince would have a bunch of short matches, but would just not allow the story to breathe, or if he did, it was a storyline that people were not interested in. Case in point, Roman Reigns against Triple H at WrestleMania 32. And we all know how that turned out. And of course, the body shots those add up too, especially as time goes on. Both these women are just beating the heck out of each other. And another kick to the head, although not as flush as Brenda would want. Oh well, that one was flush by crushing Kelly. And then a spin kick. And then crushing Kelly with another high kick, but missing a little bit. Yeah, I would agree with a two-night Rumble, especially if you want to put a Rumble as the main event, and then have a supporting cast of matches. As far as making sure that those matches get to breathe. Which I can honestly say that the Rumble is the second biggest. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna take that away from you. But SummerSlam definitely should be considered for the two-night system. At the very least, we can try it out. And if it works out, great. If anything, what they should do is just trial it out. Whereas when they went to a two-night system with Mania, that was more out of necessity rather than something they were just trying out just to try out. No, they did it because of, well, we all know what happened. I don't have to explain it. But it turned out well. But for SummerSlam and for the Rumble, yeah, they should try it out. And if it works, great. And if it doesn't, at least you tried it. I'll just leave it at that. Back to this fight, though. We were so busy talking about two-night shows that we forgot about this fight, although these women are putting it all on the line. And, oh, nice kick to the body, but then one right to Kelly's head by Brenda. And in fact, I think this is the first fight either in the octagon or in a wrestling ring between these two. These two have never fought each other. Well, hopefully we'll get a word with Kelly on how she feels about going up against somebody new for the first time. But I also want to wish her and Atticus and the rest of the family a happy Thanksgiving. And same thing for most everybody else in the chat, unless you live in Canada. Because I know that in Canada you celebrated it about a month early, so kudos to those in Canada. And then another kick to the body of Brenda Reed. Brenda with a roundhouse right, but does not connect. Of course, these ladies have to be careful not to overexert themselves. And also leave themselves open, just like what happened with Brenda. And look at the straight to Kelly, and Kelly just slammed her. Now, this is not where you want to be if you're Brenda, but saved by the bell. And of course, Kelly got a couple of shots in on Brenda. As far as the first 2 rounds, I can't honestly say who dominated the first 2 rounds. I really can't. But both women just took so much out of each other, and there's still one more round to go. And look at the blood. In fact, Kelly has lost more blood in this match than she has in any of the matches that she's been on Blue Toad Wrestling. And so has Brenda. And Kelly using her legs to work on the body. And of course, if you take out the body, and especially if you go for the sides of the body, it'll make everything that you do hurt that much worse or much less effective. Although that time, nice spin kick there to Crushing Kelly. Oh, and then Brenda left herself open and got popped for it by Kelly. Oh, and Kelly was able to get the punch off before Brenda can throw it, and she threw a spin kick, but Kelly was well away from it. And then, of course, Primetime is saying go for the body shots and then go for the knockout blow. Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad idea. Work on the body shots. Although, or you go for the knockout blow, or you go for the head when it's exposed. Or you can go for a suplex or something, like with what Kelly did late in the last round. A triple German knee stomp? I mean, Kelly went for a leg kick and then went for a right hook, and then a right kick to the stomach of Brenda, and then a left kick to the stomach of Brenda. Brenda with a spin kick, but not connecting. And of course, Kelly, a much more experienced opponent at this stage. Go for the head. Then a kick to the leg of Kelly by Brenda. And then another kick to the body, but with the right leg by Kelly. That's more of a WWE move, although another head kick. And then a spin kick. This time that connects on Crushing Kelly. Although it looks like they're going for head kicks now. Uh-oh. Now Brenda using her hands. Oh, but then Kelly with a kick to knock down Brenda. When you box, you pick your moment to attack. Jones did his German suplex? Really? I mean, I have seen Dan Severn do that in one of the early UFC events, but now Brenda going for the knockout, but now there's 1 minute instead of like 10 seconds. But now we're going to find out how these women do on the ground. Now, wait a minute. Kelly's going for the submission. Uh-oh. Brenda, wait a minute. Wow, Brenda with a slam. Not trying to go for the knockout, but I think it was UFC 100. Oh, well, I just remember that Dan Sanford did that in, I think it was UFC 4. I want to say it was in UFC 4. And again, this was like back in the very early years, like, uh, you know. But then of course you had the Rampage bomb, which is what Brenda did. Now this is going to be a close fight, although I have to think. I mean, this is so close. I really don't know who's going to win this one. Oh, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. All 3 judges score this contest 29-28. For the winner by unanimous
Wow.
decision, Reed.
That's back-to-back decisions in which Brenda wins. But at one point, but at one point, she was in that armbar, and had she not escaped, there's every chance that Kelly could have won that one. But on the other hand, Kelly could have just as easily won on the scorecard, but it was that close. So close. But for Brenda, it's a huge victory. And for Kelly, she has nothing to be ashamed of. But as far as Brenda is concerned, she moves on to the semifinals and will face off against the winner of Taipan and Patty Chase. I want to give you a big hug. Judges are unpredictable. Yeah, they are. They are. So, in fact, we can look at the fight statistics there. So here's how they scored it. Yeah, 29-28. And it's possible that Kelly could have just as easily won in the third round, but that Brenda did just enough to possibly win. But I mean, Kelly also had that armbar, like I said. If Brenda doesn't escape that, there's every chance that Brenda loses that fight and Kelly gets the victory via submission with seconds to spare. But it was what it was, though. All right. And with that, and because this is a 2-day event, um, when I counted up how many fights there were going to be 22 fights, and I thought, nah, that's going to take too long if I try to do it in one night. I could try it, but it would take very long. So I decided to cut it in half. So to have half and half. Although if I need to go past that just to finish out the quarterfinals as far as the women's tournament, then that's what I will do. But it is what it is. And then Wesley Turtle made it. Man, did you really work a long shift there, Wesley? I knew you had to work, but man, I did not know if you were gonna make it. But anyway, oh, Spike Ryan just came back in. Yes, Brenda won by decision once again. Mm, I have this game and I didn't know. Wait, you didn't know? Oh, in terms of like how many fights you can have, fighters you can create. Anyway, let's go to the last of the men's quarterfinal fights. So we'll just finish out the men's quarterfinal of the men's quarterfinal, and it's the matchup that we were supposed to get on the last show, and that's JW Caliber and Dragonheart. Originally, he was supposed to be under his Geronimus Prime name, but then the two times I tried to make Geronimus Prime, that's when the game corrupted. But then I was like, okay, well, what if I made him into Dragon Heart instead, and then thankfully the game did stopped corrupting, and in fact it went back to normal, which I'm like, okay, maybe I'll just call him Dragonheart and leave it as it is. I got it when it was free on PS Plus. Oh, okay, cool. But yeah, it's a fun game. It's a fun game there, Tammy. It really is. All right, let me just let JW and Dragonheart know. So this will take a moment. Let me get Mr. JW. And then I'm going to give Dragonheart. I'm just letting their owners know that they are up next. There we go. All right, let me check on the chat really quickly. All the respect for Kelly. Brenda shows Kelly some respect. Aw, that's awesome. All right, now we get to move into our to the last of the quarterfinal fights in the men's tournament. So we got 3 fights to go, and I think if my calculations are correct, I might actually have to go to, instead of 11, it'll have to be 12 because, well, I don't want to have an uneven number of fights when it comes to the tournament. So I might have to do one more in addition to that. But with that said, let's get right down to it. Who do you think is going to win in perhaps the fight of the night between JW Caliber and Dragonheart? Let's find out. But yeah, also to Mr. Wesley Turtle, how's everything going in Wesley Turtle Land? I hope it's all cool, man. But anyway, there you see Dragonheart. And of course, he resides in Brooklyn, New York. But basically, like, his gimmick is that of a man whose heart is as strong as the dragon, and the dragon is his spirit animal. So for any new viewers that were wondering, well, why does he call himself Dragonheart? Well, that's why that's why. And then Clinton says hello to Wesley, and then there's Odds peeking, and there's JW Caliber, who comes to us from San Antonio, Texas. Or at the very least resides in San Antonio, Texas. I almost said San Diego, but that would have been wrong. No, San Antonio, Texas. And of course, Dragonheart is much younger. He's got the height and the reach advantage, but the weight still belongs to JW Caliber.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This man is a jiu-jitsu fighter, making his professional debut here tonight. He stands 6 feet tall, weighing in at 212 pounds. Fighting out of New York, the Destroyer. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man is a mixed martial artist, making his professional debut here tonight. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing in at 215 pounds. Shotgun. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Herb Dean.
Excuse me.
Ready.
Oh, he's got the pistols out. And of course, Dragonheart doing his best Shawn Michaels impression. I kind of figured that's what it was out of character. Anyway, nice jab there by Dragonheart. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Sadly, Kelly goes to 20 losses, and Brenda now goes to 2 wins. So Brenda is still undefeated at 2-0. And for JW Caliber, he comes into this fight at 0-1, and Dragonheart is 0-0. This is his first fight in the octagon. But yeah, this was the main event that we were supposed to have, but unfortunately, Dragonheart wasn't ready. In reality, I had made his character, but his character got corrupted, and I lost him, so I had to make him again. But I just didn't have enough time to make him, and then I had to have Dan Severn come in and take Dragonheart's place. So that's how Dan Severn won. I mean, he came in and he beat JW Caliber, and in victory, he was able to get into the tournament, and that's how he got in the tournament, did Dan Severn. But one of these two guys is going to get their first win. Anyway, nice kick to the side of JW, but then as he goes for a takedown, well defended by JW. But now we're going to find out how well these two guys fight while on the ground. No, you have not. Well, oh, you mean, well, you didn't miss. Well, actually, you don't have a fight. Oh, wait. Diamond Sky does. I think you meant to say, did you miss Diamond Sky's fight? No, you did not. But she is going to, but it turns out she will fight tonight. So I'm happy to say that, AJ. But I think you meant to say, Diamond Sky, did I miss my fight? Anyway, nice kick to the body, though, of JW by not Diamond Light, Dragonheart. Of course, Diamond Light got upsetted by Action Bronze. Whoa! Nice Hurricane or spinning back fist there by JW. Man, these guys are hitting really hard here. But anyway, how's everything going there, AJ? Playing some Mario Party Jamboree. Awesome. Wait, did you play it already, or are you going to play it? Because there's a big difference, you know. Time well spent. What do you mean by that, Wesley? Anyway, nice spin kick though. Going to play. Oh, okay. But no, you haven't. You didn't miss your fight though. Oh yeah, it is, especially Jamboree. Can't go wrong with that. Oh, now going for the submission already, is Dragonheart. Oh, I forgot to mention that while JW Caliber is a balanced fighter, Dragonheart is a jiu-jitsu fighter, as in he goes for submissions. And JW, is he going to survive? Yes, he does. But now he's in the mounting position. And now he's going to try to punch out Dragonheart. Oh, but then decides to get up himself. I guess he wants to get the fight back on the feet. Dragonheart taught you how to be in the octagon? Okay. Oh! Oh my gosh, wow, what a punch there to JW. I missed yesterday since I didn't get off until 11 p.m. Eastern? Wow. Man, your job is really demanding, man. I mean, that's more on your job. That's not on me. Okay, so it was. All right. All right, cool. Cool. But still, hopefully one of these days you get a job that is, you know, is to where you can make it. I mean, obviously I don't always stream this late, and other times I don't stream very early, but sometimes I will. Oh, Wendy's. Well, that's on Wendy's then. I'm just sad. Yeah, hey, I'd be sad too if I had to deal with that. I mean, I used to work for UPS, and then before that FedEx. I used to work for those companies, and if I was still there, I would be working at night. In fact, there's a good chance I would probably be working right now. What a Lola Vice backhand punch. Yeah, indeed that was. Ooh, nice jumping kick though onto Dragonheart. Where do you want me to send your pick that I've made? Oh, well, unless you have Discord, like I have Discord. That's the main social media that I use. In fact, that's where I mostly post on when I'm going to stream and whatnot. Wait, you do? And Wesley, you have Jamboree? Well, shit. Well, right now we're in the middle of round 2, and I've decided that this and the next 2 fights will be the last ones for the night. Yeah, I'm either sure that or just Mario Party. I can't remember. Well, there's Super Mario Party, and then there's Super Mario Party Jamboree, with Jamboree being the newest. All right, so 3:16 still left. Stone Cold Steve Austin style. Although right now it's JW that's the one that's quote unquote opened up a can of whoop ass on Dragonheart. Although Dragonheart is going to look to open up a can of I got these hands and you're going to get these hands. That's me fighting off my siblings when there's my candy on the table. Wait. By the way, my friend my friend what's the word? If you search for me under my own YouTube name, you should be able to find me on Discord. Because you have to get ready for tomorrow. I have to be off for the month. Little siblings. Monthly checkup for my surgery last month. Anyway, nice kick to the body. And now the fight goes back down to the back down to the ground. Although JW has to be careful with Dragonheart, because now Dragonheart, this is where you want. If you're Dragonheart, this is the last place you want to be in. Or I'm sorry, if you're JW, this is the last place you want to be in with Dragonheart, because Dragonheart, the guy with the blue gloves, is a submission artist, but in this case, JW gets out of it, and I'm nervous. What do you mean you're nervous? Oh, you mean about the checkup? Yeah, JW definitely needs to do something. And JW just got dropped again. And he gets kneed in the head again. And how he is still standing after getting kicked and kneed is completely beyond me. But then again, that just goes to show how superhuman tough these guys are. Okay, cool. Let me get that for you. Hold on. Let me see if I'm just waiting for the. Wait, which one are you? Because I'm looking at pending, and there's 3 people I recognize, and then there's one that says muted or something. I'm not sure what your name is. Like muted or turtle. Oh, well, it says muted. It says muted. Though you can change it to turtle. It says Taturo? Wait, is that your old channel? Oh, wait, that's your old channel that no longer exists anymore. Had to delete because parents? Was it because they didn't approve of you, or I don't know, maybe the content was too was not safe for work, and they were like Turtle, take that shit off. And then I don't know. I don't know. I just know that parents can be very strict sometimes. They were against it. Okay. Sometimes it's better to have content that most people can approve of, even your parents, or try something different. But that's just me who's saying that. All right, now it is time for the 3rd round between these two. I mean, these guys have by far, out of all the fights that have taken place in the first round, or the quarterfinals, this match has lasted the longest. A ring-a-ding ding ding dong. Ring-a-ding ding. I'm sorry. I had to bring up that one particular commercial. Although now Dragonheart is stuttering or stammering a little bit after getting hammered himself by JW. Oh. All right, so now it's 3:30. I mean, I do like your profile picture on YouTube as well as the one that you have on Discord, and I'm like, wait, Wesley, is that you? Of course, I kid about that last part though. And then Sly Cooper then says, "I hope things go well for you, AJ." Absolutely. Thanks. Yeah, it is. Wait, the YouTube picture, or the picture of you that has blonde hair, but that there's a what is it? A dot in front of the face, so that I guess you didn't want people to know what you look like. So hey, I don't mind. I don't mind that because I know that some people want to protect their privacy and everything. Not a problem, Wally. We'll definitely catch you at night too, man. Both are not made by me, but look cool. Oh, not a problem. All right, it's all good though. All right, 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to go in this round, unless one of these guys can knock the other out. Given some of these big blows, that probably would have knocked out a normal man. But that just goes to show these are not normal men. And then Patty says, "Night, Wally." And then grabs the leg, but let's go. Oh, big punch. And then a big kick by Dragonheart. I mean, seriously. These guys would have knocked out a normal man by now. But in this case, JW just hit the jackpot by hitting that spinning back fist, and Dragonheart has been slayed. Look at this. Spins it. Boom! Right on the... And look at it. He's going to sleep. He just got put to sleep. Look at him. Not too many people can say they knocked out Dragonheart. Oh, not a problem. Yeah, thank you for censoring yourself. I appreciate that. But JW gets his first victory after he had already gotten his first loss, and Dragonheart got his first loss in his first fight. So JW gets to move on, and we're going to see the tournament bracket in just a moment. But congratulations to JW Caliber. We're going to see him and 3 others in the men's tournament on night 2. So this was night 1, and this was their chance to establish themselves. But here is the contendership. So on one hand, you have JW Caliber and Peter Griffin. And if that wasn't enough, you have, and I kid you not, Action Bronson and Dan Severn in the other semifinals, meaning one of those two is going to make it to the finals and face off either Peter Griffin or JW Caliber. Insane. But there's still another tournament going on, and that's the women's tournament. So let's get to the women's tournament. So, of course, we still have... Oh, shit. Folks, I might have to... If I said 2 more fights, I meant 3 more fights. My bad. But either way, we're doing this mainly so we can finish out the quarterfinals, and then everything will be nice and even going into night 2. But we're hopeful that it doesn't take too long, but I will not be surprised if it does. So anyway, let's move on. Well, no, not tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Next weekend. The thing is, I work a weekday schedule, and that and that the weekends are the weekends are my time off. That's really what it is. Now, outside of rare exceptions where I stream at night, like after I come back home, like there are some rare exceptions, of course. I will do those. But most of the time, I stream during the weekday on the weekends, and some as well as some rare holidays that I do get off. Okay, now let's get to Jen Corso against the debuting Liliana Ladrona. So let's find out Which one of these two women will face off or will move on to the first round? There's odds. Odds, baby. Dun 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 dun. Hey, I'm doing pretty well there, odds. And Wesley actually loves that. I'm happy, man. I'm really happy that you liked it. All right, let me try that one more time because it wasn't loud enough. Okay, that was a little too long there. Okay, and then let me get Liliana Ladrona's owner as well. So which one of these two women is going to continue in the tournament going into night 2? That's the question. I never get tired of that. Oh, that would be Jen Corso, the one in the blue top. Yeah, Jen Corso is the one in the blue top. All right. Let me adjust this really quick. So making her debut is Liliana Ladrona. And even though she has been in a wrestling ring, she has never been in the octagon. And this is her first fight. And of course, she is a wrestler. I should mention that she is a wrestler in terms of like amateur style. I got to go for the purple top for my friends back in Cali. Aw. And of course, her opponent comes from Montreal, Canada, or Montreal, Quebec, Canada. She is Jen Corso. And she comes to us with a record of 8 wins and 4 losses. In fact, she suffered her recent loss in an upset by Irene Aldana, who of course ended up losing early in the show to Brenda Reed. So while Jen does not have to worry about Aldana, she'll have to worry about Liliana. Now, they both stand at the same height and reach and weight, but Lily is younger by 1 year.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner.
Oh, in San Diego? Yeah, one thing I do miss about San Diego is the San Diego having the Chargers, because it was like, and you know what? Clinton can attest to this. But I really was not a big fan of the owner of the San Diego of the Chargers now in Los Angeles, Dean Spanos, moving his team from San Diego to Los Angeles. I mean, I get it. The the stadium that they were using was somewhat of a dump, and it was outdated by the time they left. But on the other hand, I'm not sure if it was the lack of funding to build a new stadium or just the fact that he wanted to move out to Los Angeles and get that Los Angeles money. But whatever the reason, the people of San Diego have not forgotten about that. And I mean, it's not so much they hate the team, it's rather the owner that they have great disdain for. And granted, you know, no, not Dean Spanos, not Santos. Big difference, because I have a guy named Dean Santos, and he's a good guy, but no, Spanos, not Santos. No, Spanos is the guy that moved his team out of San Diego, and yeah, there is still some. Yeah, thank you. So Spanos moved his team out. Again, I don't know if it was because San Diego wouldn't fund a new arena, or if he wanted that Los Angeles money. He says, oh, Clinton says he wanted to move. He's been trying to move for years. I moved the Chargers to San Diego and call them the Red Dragons. Oh, that's what Clinton would. Oh, in Madden. Oh, yeah. So yeah, Clinton would do that in Madden, and he says that's a W. Okay. Although Wesley, to be fair, if you could move the Chargers to San Diego, what would you call them? Or would you keep the Chargers name? I'll let you think about that one. And as that happens, we go back to Liliana. I change it to... Oh, nice head kick there. Oh, let me see if AJ is going to do his show. And if he decides to do it, I'll be more than happy to share his show or his stream in the chat for those who are interested in what AJ has planned. So anyway, in Madden you can move them. In one league I used to own the San Diego Aftershocks. Interesting. And right now Liliana doing really well with the punches. I was about to say that. Oh, really? Oh, I forgot to mention that uh, Lily is a wrestler and Jen Corso is a kickboxer, and yet Lily is doing pretty well with the hands. Well, that is when it's short jabs and not wind-up punches. And then nice modified kick there to Lily. Of course, Lily herself is coming off of a loss in becoming the Intercontinental Champion, but now she'll have to focus one-on-one against Jen in this rule set of a match or a fight. Oh, now tries to go for a takedown, but Jen, to her credit, has enough wrestling ability to keep the fight on the feet. 1 minute left in the first round. You own the Columbus Explorers. Oh yeah, Rattlers. Yeah. No, I'm cool with that. That's a really good name. Columbus Explorers. Oh yeah, just to take the piss out of Christopher Columbus. Or even if it wasn't to take the piss, I mean, it's very clever. I'm not going to lie. Although I don't think the Columbus in Ohio is in reference to Christopher Columbus. And if I'm wrong, Clinton, do let me know. That's one thing about me that I will say is that I'm not going to claim I'm right unless I know I'm right. Anyway, kick to the leg. And Jen doing pretty well with the kicks to Liliana's leg. I'm often very wrong. Well, hey, I mean, I can be wrong too, but I always try to get an educated guess. Anyway, kick to the face of Jen Corso. I imagine Diamond Sky, the character of AJ, is saying, "All right, come on, Lily, just kick down the ho ho." She's referring to Jen Corso as the ho ho, and I don't even mean the hostess snack that you get at a hostess. My Your only real knowledge is football Star Wars? I mean, the most Star Wars I know is mainly the first 6 episodes. Anything past the 6th episode, I'm as dumb as heck. Anyway, sadly, the game gives you certain mascots. Up until Madden 25, it was only 3 choices per city. Columbus was Caps, Aviators, Explorers. Dublin, it was Antlers, Shamrock, and Celtic Tigers. I mean, I did get to see episode 7, but that was because that was because I went to a youth event uh, for the church I still go to back when I was still young enough to attend that, and they got to show us episode 7, uh, but thankfully I didn't have to pay for it. It was just they just gave it to us, so yeah, it was free. The only thing I had to bring was food. That was it. Yeah, I was not robbed of my money. Oh, and going for a takedown, but nope. Jen keeps the fight standing up again. Well, I mean, in terms of I didn't have to go to a movie theater to watch it, but I still had to bring food and but I still had to bring food as this was a potluck, so it wasn't free in that sense. Hey, what's up, Atticus Black? You actually tried out for your wrestling team for your school? Cool. And let me see, and let me guess, did you lay the smackdown on him? And then Wesley says, "What's up, Atticus?" Oh, and Sly Cooper says he really enjoys Star Wars Rebels. Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. If anyone knows more about Star Wars beyond the first 6 episodes, your best bet is to talk to Sly Cooper Rocks. And so far, both these ladies are just beating the heck out of each other, but not to such a point to. Oh, wait a minute! I might have spoken too soon. As Liliana is the one that's laying the smackdown on Jen Corso. Liliana laying the smackdown on Corso. Check the U. Oh, let me check that. Hold on a moment. Let me check that out right now. What did Atticus say? Ah! Oh, that's so cute. Wait, so Atticus has a pet cat, and it's a cat, and he's watching the stream of what I'm doing. Like Atticus shared a picture of it. That's incredible. Oh, hang on. What am I doing? Let me invite Mr. Turtle here. And oh, I'm surprised I didn't even invite Primetime. How stupid of me. All right. Well, I sent the invites. Here we go. His name is Onyx. To you, Onyx. Yes, I tried to speak in cat. It just sounds like someone was. I'm not even gonna say it. Not gonna say it. Not gonna say it. And welcome to the turtle. All right, let me add. I'm gonna add some rolls to him. I'm just gonna add rolls, which I do for others. And well, down goes Liliana. Hang on. All right, let me give him the notification squad. If there's any other role that otherwise fits you, you can check out the sub chat known as Know Your Role. But one role that I do know that you have is... Where is it? If I can find it. Oh yeah, there it is. Friends and of course, just as Liliana was laying the smackdown on Jen Corso, Jen returned it right back to Liliana. Of course, Liliana has a slightly different hairstyle than she otherwise would than she normally would otherwise have, but no, no, no. Okay, there we go. I just added the rolls. Let me catch up on the chat really quickly. Onyx bats at Atticus's cell phone when she hears my voice on video calls with him. Aw. And Wesley's a turtle. Turtle! Oh, wow! What a kick onto Liliana! I was so busy talking with you guys, I forgot that we still had a fight. But Liliana just got her head kicked in by Corso. Ladrona getting her head kicked in by Corso. I like turtles too, but I mean, I like most turtles. That is until they start biting my finger. So as long as the turtle doesn't do that, I'm cool with them. But man, what a kick to the head! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What's with the counting? No, it's not like boxing where you're thinking of boxing. No, it's not like boxing though. I mean, yes, even though these women can use boxing moves, they can also use kickboxing, they can use wrestling. It's called mixed martial arts. But in boxing, yeah, that probably would be a 10 count. But it wouldn't be a 10 count if the guy that just knocked out the other guy gets on top of him and starts beating him up. That would be a disqualification, actually. Correct me if I'm wrong when it comes to boxing. But I know but that's what it is for a fact. Oh, Atticus says he likes the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I like that. My favorite's definitely the late 1980s, early 1990s one. Although one person that's not going to like getting kicked in the head again is Liliana, who just got kicked into another dimension. A dimension of sight, a dimension of sound. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. Oh, cool. Awesome. That's pretty cool there, Clinton. Yeah, absolutely. But Jen Corso gets the win and kicks Liliana's head in Liliana's first fight. So Liliana goes to 0-1, and Jen Corso now goes to 9-4. And Jen celebrating with her team, and for good reason. She moves on into the tournament, and we finally get our first decisive victory when it comes to this. I mean, she won in the third round. Yeah, she won in the third round against Liliana, and as such, she moves on. And in fact, she's going to face off against the winner of Diamond Sky and Sarah Richards. That fight is about to come up in just a few moments. Check on the chat. But what a kick to the head. I mean, like the fella once said, ain't that a kick in the head? I mean, I can go on and on with these puns, man. I really can. But let's see. So I see that Atticus is here, and usually wherever Atticus is, Sarah Richards is not that far off. Now I just need to get Diamond Sky in the chat, so I'll let Diamond Sky's owner know that she's up next. The puns are good. I was wondering when you would burst into a song about a kick to the. Yeah, you were wondering because I am a big fan of Stevie Wonder, and in fact, believe it or not, Stevie Wonder actually had a rap battle, the epic rap battle, in this case against Wonder Woman. And and I just like how T-Pain was playing the part of Stevie Wonder, and he started his rap with, "Well, I feel like this is just the beginning, for you have sucked for a few thousand years." I love that. But no, that's not how his normal song starts. It's just the rap battle song was just funny. I'm sorry, that one was funny. It's like, especially if you're familiar with the career of Stevie Wonder, which I certainly am. I just love Stevie Wonder. Of course, Crushing Kelly would know who he is. But now we go to Sarah Richards, the woman with the pink hair. Oh yeah, he did destroy Wonder Woman. It's not a superstition, but she got dissed. Not even her tiara is coming back from this. That was I remember. Yeah, that one was funny. Yeah. Oh yeah. But your YouTube videos bring up some vision questions. Or I'm trying to think of all the other lines that happened. But anyway, back to this. We now have Diamond Sky, and Sarah Richards is younger, has the height and the reach, but the weight goes to Diamond Sky.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC bantamweight division.
Not sure if
Fighting out of the blue corner, this woman is a boxer, making her professional debut here tonight. She stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 125 pounds. Fighting out of Omaha, Nebraska, the Sniper. And now introducing her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This woman is a jiu-jitsu fighter, making her professional debut here tonight. 6 inches tall, weighing in at 133 pounds. Fighting out of Dallas, Texas, the Chosen One. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Herb Dean. Ready.
And there you see Diamond Sky doing the little dance that she does. And then Sarah Richards says, "Just bring it." They're surprisingly short. And that isn't even the biggest burn on E or B. Yeah, wait, short? Well, when it comes to their personalities, they're anything but short. Of course, when it comes to Atticus, there's a lot of things that can come up short, and he knows what it's like to come up short. I've come up short quite a lot. But then there are the people. But then there's people that, in terms of how you feel about them, when you feel about them, you just think very little of them. Yeah, I'm sure you can fight. You can be 2 feet tall. I'm 6'1", but I don't like to fight. Well, oh, because you don't want like the. Because, yeah, with the midgets, like, they can just take your kneecaps off. Oh, my gosh! Kicked right in the face is Diamond Sky. A gentle giant. Kelly has no caprate. Oh, wait, a different kind of short. Well, no. I don't want to go there, but when it comes to short, like, like, in real life, I am relatively short. When it comes to like I stand at 5'9", I think, even though my character is at 6'5", but my real life self is like 5'9". So that's the kind of short that we're going with, and not the short that that Atticus was thinking and what Kelly was thinking. Oh my gosh, and now Sarah is just putting the brakes on Diamond Sky. The only thing that's short about me is my temper. TJ, that is nothing. I'm 5'2" in real life. Oh. If a female called you short, I would be required to pull the Triple H line. And then Diamond Sky in the chat. Of course, Diamond Sky is the character that was made by my good friend AJ. And his character says, "Bring it, Sarah." Well, Sarah is definitely bringing it. But there's still one last fight after this one, and then we're officially done for night 1. If a woman called you short, you'd be surprised because women don't talk to you. Interesting. And then AJ, the person or the character, says, "I've already been called short by a female." Well, you know what, AJ? If some sassy female, especially if they're being a bully to you, if you know, AJ, if you get a real bully and she says to you, "AJ, you are so short," I would then say to them, "Well, that's not what your mom said." As if to show her, "Hey, if you want to, tear me down, I'm going to take you down with me." So I would say something like that. Because I'm one of those people that just doesn't take shit from anybody. I really don't. Or at least I try not to. But now, wait a minute. Now now caught in the guillotine. Although, wait a minute. Now reverses it and is in the north-south position. Yes, that's actually what it's called. Don't laugh at it. trying not to say it, but because it's funny, it's a funny line from 2002. It involved even a 747 looks small compared to the Grand Canyon. Of course, that was something that Triple H said. But it's something that unless you were there, you would not know what it entails. And I'm not gonna. And yes, it is not safe for work, so I'm not gonna do it. So anyway, well, Sarah, I have to think Sarah won that round for the most part, but that was just a. I just got to say, if you're Sarah Richards and you're wondering how is it that Diamond Sky is still alive, that did not look like north or south about that, TJ. I'm just gonna leave that there. He said it to Stephanie McMahon. Yeah, that's what Triple H was talking to at the time. Anyway, this is the second round. So I have to think that Sarah won the first round by points, so Sky's going to either have to win it by points or go for a finish. I broke TJ, yay! Are you sure it's not Asheron talking? Oh, and then Wesley in the chat says, I'm sorry if I overlooked it. Wesley in the chat says, I punched one person and I hurt them real bad, so I don't want to hurt anyone unless we're both in pads. Yeah. No, I get you, because I don't want to hurt people either, but I'm like, bro, you attacked me, I'm going to hurt you one way or the other. No, TJ, I can be that dark too. Yes. But that's why I always try to fight the urge to go that deep. Unless absolutely forced to. Mm. Well, I don't know about that, Wesley. Because really, for me, the only thing that should be dark is my coffee. That's the only thing that should be dark. Back to this fight, though. TJ, I've been... What? So it's time you get broke, too. Hey, well, I'm not bankrupt, so there you go. No, I get what you mean. I get what you mean, though. Yeah. Ooh, went for the high kick, but missed. Oh, goes for the takedown, but just cannot get her down. That is true, though. Remember, light cannot exist without... Yeah, that is true. That is true. Sadly, it is true. It is true. I know this much is true. And yes, that is the song, by the way. Oh, and Diamond Sky's gonna have to come up with something. Oh, and another kick to the head, and then a kick to the butt, very close to the another head kick. Right now, Diamond Sky getting her head kicked in. Moves my head like Stevie Wonder. The grin and the shades and the king go by head sway. AJ, you naughty boy. Or in one of the songs called I Wish by Stevie Wonder, You nasty boy! Oh, and another uppercut with the left hand this time. And now Sarah trying to finish off Diamond Sky, but not quite enough. That's what I said to my last girlfriend. Sorry, TJ, I had to. Raise goblins? Why would you raise goblins? Wait, the ring? No. But now back to Diamond Sky, who's in the fight. If I don't get a grip, I'll lose this fight. Yeah. Or worse off, you might get your head kicked in. Much like with what happened to Liliana Ladrona from Jen Corso. Oh, finally gets to the takedown. But there's only 2 seconds left. Well, that's going to do it for the fight. All right, come on, guys. Let each other go. Come on. And man, just any other woman probably would have been knocked out by now. I mean, can you imagine getting kicked in the head that much? I used to have a head like you, but then I met Bryan Danielson. Yeah, that's the guy who says he kicks people's heads in. And then Atticus, wow, that's deep coming from Atticus when he says, "Well, that was awkward." He gives "hug it out" a whole new meaning. But, hey, Atticus. Although that is facts, though, that American football is a dangerous sport, especially if you don't protect yourself and you don't have the protective equipment. But in the sport of mixed martial arts, you have mouth guards, but that's all the equipment that you're allowed to have, because you can't wear headgear. But even then, you have to be cleared medically before you go into each fight. Canadian football is a confusing sport. Yeah, wait, Canadian football? Oh, you mean the CFL? Yeah, it's confusing because you have 12 people on the field, and you have this large end zone. But I would imagine most of the rules are otherwise the same. I don't know how this is less dangerous than football. We have, yeah, exactly. You have full pads and whatnot. Nope, not at all. Oh, and another punch! Oh, but wait a minute. That might just be the opening that Diamond Sky needs in terms of getting a submission. Although right now Sarah is in the half, is on top with the what was it, the half guard. That's it. Oh, but now it's Diamond Sky that's on top in the full guard. Mm. Have you seen the video in which they are thinking about having 4-point field goals or even a 5-point field goal? But one thing you can't have points for is kicking somebody's head in. And Sarah Richards just did that. And Diamond Light, or Diamond Sky, excuse me, I guess you could say she's being sent to the sky. I'd seriously recommend you to the spirit in the sky. But that you can get a point just for missing the field goal. Just as long as the ball goes out of the end zone. A spinning sweet chin music. Dun 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 dun. I'm having way too much fun. Pinky. Wait, you called her Pinky. Her name is Sarah Richards. But then again, you could say that she's the Pinky and the brain. Yeah, I was going with Fame, the way that David Bowie sung it. Pinky. Oh gosh, the moment you said Pinky, I was just thinking Pinky and the Brain. Wait, what are we doing, Brain? It doesn't matter what we're doing, Pinky. Wait. Since when can the Brain speak like the Rock? But one thing that we are going to do is have one final fight. It is between Typon Sterling and Patty Chase. So this is our quote unquote de facto main event of the night. So Patty, you get to go in the cage in the octagon against Taipon, the girl Taipon, not the country. I'm insane. One's a genius and the other's insane. Maybe Bralock. I thought you were gonna say Matlock. Yes, Matlock, the television series in which it was played by the late great I believe his name was Andy. No wait, not Andy Williams. Andy Griffith. I'm sorry. Andy Williams was a singer, but no, Andy Griffith. Yeah. This was back when he had white hair, Matlock. And Patty's going for her opponent to win. I mean, to be fair, Sterling did face off against Patty. Now, however, I should point out that Taipon, her character got corrupted, and I lost her. She was one of the 4 fighters that I lost when my file got corrupted. Like Patty survived, but Taipon didn't, so I had to remake Taipon. But thankfully, against all odds, in the chat there, sent me the video so I can remake her again. And even then, there's no guarantee that the way she fought before is the same way that she's gonna fight now. So who knows? Maybe your luck will change. I don't know. They'll take the UCF by storm. Wait, what's UCF? Oh, well, thank you so much. And yeah, well, not a problem, Tenu. Thank you for coming in. But one thing that is going to be sad that we're not going to have, especially as a meme, I'll get to that in a moment. But now we have Taipon and Patty, and they're both the identical age of 25. However, Taipon has the height, the weight, and the reach, albeit not by that much, but still. And now Bruce Buffer. Go Australia? Well, anyway, didgeridoo noises. Tie me kangaroo down, sport. Tie me kangaroo down. But now I give you the woman in red, who is, of course, the old queen of Lanale, and that's Patty Chase. And her opponent fights out of Brisbane, Australia. And yes, that wait. Oh, so you're half? I did not know that you were half Australian. I'm sorry. I legit did not know that. Cool. I mean, I have a friend like he is of Indian descent. It's just that his family moved to Australia, but that he has adopted Australia as his home. But but yeah, I have a guy. I have a friend who lives in Gold Coast, Brisbane, Brisbane. Yeah. Oh, and just as I was just as I was checking on my DMs really quickly, I'd send an audio message if I could. Yeah, it's fine. But right now, Patty looks like Patty's taking out her aggression on Taipan for all the losing. Brisbane, Brisbane, not banned. Brisbane. And right now, Patty is laying the smackdown on Taipan. I mean, at the rate she's going, is Patty? She might just make bread out of Taipan because, of course, pan in Spanish means bread. And so far, Patty's doing pretty well with the hands. And of course, Patty is a wrestler and Taipan is a balanced fighter. Although Patty's doing really good with the hands, though. That won't last. I always choke. Again, I would say something, but I'm gonna keep it PG, bro. But yes, this is the rematch from their last encounter. Excuse me. And now Patty using the short little punches, all while grabbing Taipan's leg. I just scrolled up. Oh, it's all right. But yeah, welcome to the fun house there, Mr. Turtle. Did Patty just throw into the cage? What? Throw her into the cage. Mm, I mean, she can push her, but I don't think she's allowed to throw. In fact, I don't recall anybody throwing anybody into the cage, except maybe the early years, but still. All right. All right, so 15 seconds left to go in this final fight. So it turns out we had 12 fights, but we'll have 10 fights in night 2, but they will be 10 great fights. Tia Pan? You almost had Taipan, right? It's the A and the I that are in the wrong place. But I have to think that maybe that Patty won the first round, especially early on, as she was hitting most of the combos. Can't type. Yeah, that sounds a lot. That sounds about right, especially whenever I say something and I say it wrong. Like so, I wouldn't feel too bad because it happens to me too. It happens to me too. Turtles have no fingers to type. I work next weekend in the evening. I am surprised I got this far. Why? Because you have no fingers? Nah, nah, just kidding. It's all good. It's all good. I make mistakes even typing too, so it's all good. Ooh! Oh! And Taipan backing up a little bit after getting smoked with the hands. I work from 5 to 12 Eastern next Saturday. And then you work. Wow. Man, they. At some point, I always have to wonder, like, why do they work you to death sometimes, man? But then again, I always forget that you work at a Wendy's, so there you go. But on the other hand, yeah, you got to make some money, and I imagine you're probably still working or going to school, and that's all cool. I mean, you got to get some. You always you got to make some income and get some work experience until you graduate, and then you get yourself a real job. So hey, it's all good, man. 13 an hour. I mean, but on the other hand, you got to start somewhere, so it's all good. I mean, I had to start somewhere too, so so it. Yeah, I remember I started working when I was in college. Like I didn't have a job until I was in college, so it's all good. Oh, and a kick to the leg that takes down Patty, but Patty gets right back up. I started working at 5. Wait, 5 years old? Or at 5 o'clock? Because there's a big difference. And then Wesley's like, child labor laws don't apply to family business. Oh. Okay, so wow, that's insane. But on the other hand, you were there to help your family, so it's all good. I just died from laughter. Why? Like, I'm sorry, but that's funny. Wait, what is funny? And both women just taking each other's best shot, but I have to think that Patty is landing the more cleaner shots on Taipan and the kicks too. I have a messed up humor. Child labor laws don't count if it's funny. Oh, and a kick that takes down Taipon. But Taipon gets right back up. Oh, and and Taipon turns it around, and now Patty goes down. But now in the full guard is Taipon. I started at 5 an hour bussing tables at my aunt's restaurant. It, I mean, out of character, it sounds wonderful. In fact, it's like there could be a lot. There's many things worse than that could happen than working at your aunt's restaurant and working at a small farm. So yeah, I can think of worse than that. In fact, it's about as good as you can get it when you're a 5-year-old Clinton. So there you go. Hack, hack, choke, choke. Well, I mean, you still have one more round to go. Like going to prison at 15? Not prison, juvie. Well, that's where you have to keep your nose clean. That's where you have to keep your nose clean, young man. Work fields in the morning, then go to school. Work fields after school as well. Yep, I stayed out of trouble. Yeah, same here. And of course, juvie doesn't work the same way now as opposed to when I was young. Because when I was young, like it was not very friendly toward. It was not lawyer friendly. I actually went, but have been out a year now. Well, I'm hopeful that you have been scared straight and that you didn't get caught. Oh, and another kick to the head of Patty. Patty stumbling. I almost didn't, but I did. But it just goes to show, yeah, man. I'm hopeful that it taught you a valuable lesson not to start things like don't start none. There won't be none as Patty just got kicked in the head, like the fella once said. Ain't that a kick in the head? And now Taipon going for the arm triangle. Well, I don't know if I could teach you something. The only thing I would teach is, you know, hey, respect me and I respect you. You disrespect me, keep it going. Oh, teach me, Clinton. Well, hey, I would not want to learn from Clinton when it comes to being a troublemaker. Yeah, but out of that, I mean, Clinton does seem like a nice dude, especially in recent years. That much I can say that is true. But now Taipon can just bludgeon Patty at this point. But of course, Patty not going to give it up. Although Patty, nope, try to overtake her, but now in a side mount position. Now in a sprawl position. All right, now both women back up. Of course, Patty's still continuing the fight. I also got the CRP kit ready in case of choking. That's good. That's good. That's really good. Okay. Oh, and another punch that takes down Patty. Looking out for you, Patty. Oh, that's awesome. And Taipan slowly but surely working over Patty. Less than 30 seconds left to go. Five, four, three, two, one. And to my surprise, I mean, there were several times I honestly thought that we were going to get a finish one way or the other. Okay. And more or less like what happened last time, it was a close fight, but Taipan wins by the score of 29-28. So the top four seeds made it, except for Crushing Kelly, who herself was upsetted by Brenda. So it's going to be Brenda and Taipan in the semifinals. Oh, wait, hang on a second. I made a mistake here. My mistake. It wasn't Diamond Sky. My bad. It was Sarah Richards. Instead, it's going to be Jen and Sarah Richards in the other semifinal. Called it. I said I would choke, and I did. I always start off good, then choke. Yeah, well, yeah, you beat me to it there, Patty. Well, I'm still gonna, much like with what I'm doing with Jose Blanco, I'm gonna do with you, and that is find the fighter type that's gonna suit you until it does suit you. No, but yeah, Brenda did it, and then Taipan says, "Good fight, lass." So that's gonna do it for night one, and well, yeah, this is a good test for you, Brenda, because if you win, you get the shot at the title, and in quick fashion too. Oh, okay. My losses started when the color and style of my attire changed. Let's see if we can do something about that. Let's go to Patty. Ugh, excuse me. Yeah, let's go with. I'm gonna give you a balanced fighting attack. Let's see if that works. And let's see. I gave you the Strike Force gear, so let me see what I can do here. Hmm. me give you let me give you the color blue, especially since that was the color that you had when you first came over to the WWE or Blue Toad Wrestling. Was it board shorts? Yeah, I got you on board shorts. Sky. Oh, here it is. Dragon Blue. Who am I making? I'm not making anybody. I'm just editing Patty. That was teal and pink. Oh, okay. Wait, let's see, where's the one I was thinking of? Miscellaneous. Oh, this one. You mean the pink track jacket? I mean, it's nice, but I don't know if it would suit Patty though. Or maybe, I don't know. Or maybe it does. I don't know. There it is. There's a dragon blue. Embrace the power of the jorts. Hmm. Very interesting. I would like my old attire back, but Sky now has it. Well, I could always change to Diamond Sky and give her something different. But I'll have to ask Diamond Sky about it. I only did it for Patty in the hopes that maybe it might help. I don't know, but at the very least give you a different fighting style. So it's all good though. But even still, thank you guys. Yeah, I added your name back on the list. But as you can see, we have a full roster. But the moment that somebody drops out, that's when we're going to start looking for someone new. But until then, and unless I decide to do a stream sometime during the weekday, sometime during the weekday night, outside of that, I'll see you guys on Saturday. Yes, you're still on the list for NFL, of course. Yes, you are. And if you had a chance to watch the WWE stream or the or Cyberspace Federation and you like it, we might even consider you there too. Not a problem. And have a good night, Patty. And Patty, regardless, you are an awesome person. Atticus is an awesome person, like especially the man behind the character. And oh, you did. Awesome. Awesome. In fact, most of the people in the chat are very awesome people. I say most because you might get your occasional trolls and whatnot. But most of you guys are really cool, and I got to give you props for that. So with all that said, the time has come to get ready to go to work, and I don't have to tell you guys how much I dread having to go back to work, especially going into Monday. But I have to do it as much as it pains for me to do it, but I have to. So with all that in mind, this is the Blue Toad to Jew 22 signing off, saying goodbye, and I will see you either on the weekend or maybe even for a one-off during the weekday. Of course, for those of you that are in the Discord chat, you'll have a much better idea. But if not, and you like what you see, you may subscribe to the channel and check out and obviously you can check out any of the streams that I do or any videos that I upload. Until then, stay safe, take good care of each other, and and God bless and have a wonderful night. And no worries there, Spike Ryan. You're gonna get Seth Rollins sooner than you may think. But until then, have a good night, everybody. Peace out. Yep, God bless you all. Awesome. I love it. Until then, have a good one. Okay. Oh no, wait, not. Oh, I forgot. I'm on. I keep forgetting I'm on OBS and not my PS4. I'm so used to streaming on my PS4. I forgot I'm on OBS. Knock on wood. All right. Have a good one.